Alrighty, looks like we're up and good. Everything's a working, so let's get to it. Today, so last night I put in some time getting some some new gear. I did a little crafting. I did some leveling. I did, just generally making myself a little better. I've got almost 2k HP now, and we're doing good. I think on the 450% ignite chance with 448 ignite damage. We're keeping about 100 ignites on. So, yeah, we're going to go through and start doing some leveling. Um, try and push ourselves towards level 100. Try and push some of this corruption. Just generally improve our build. I still need to get another skill. I don't know what skill I should be using. I also need to be attacking faster. I don't like my attack speed. It feels bad. But we're fairly safe, just kind of in general. We still have the ability to die, but we're gaining back like 100 health every time we block, and we have a 75% block chance. So I feel pretty comfortable. We're almost maxed out on all of our resistances. We've got some decent armor, right? We got 56 to, you know, more armor rating. Um, our block effectiveness gives us 48% reduction in damage. So we're taking pretty low damages, which means that 99 health or whatever, that 100 health that we gain on block should be good. Should keep us looking spiffy here. Yeah, so at this point the goal is just level up some more, corrupt some things. I don't even really care about, like the endgame pinnacle boss and stuff like that. I did some research yesterday. We did some stuff with our evolution beast. So I think I have a pretty good handle on how the evolution beast works. Something I dislike about the evolution beast is um, you you can't create a teleport, like a town portal, inside of there and then just go back into the map that you're in. You have to like walk yourself back through. Oh, that's fun. It gave me the ambush right on top of this enemy here. Let's try and get rid of this Phoenix. It'll probably be the easiest thing to kill and reduce a pretty significant amount of damage. And then let's try and kill the Forged Soldier. I think it moves around a little less. So we'll probably have better time killing it. Oh no, this guy definitely takes more damage. Okay. Let's go ahead and kill this nerd then. Nice. All right, we're going to keep running around through here a little bit. We're going to see if we can't find our evolution beast in this map. I definitely think that maximizing your evolution beast is probably one of the most valuable things you can do. Just because the rune that you can get from the Evo beast is really good. And because you can get so many um, affixes and glyphs and all of that stuff is extremely valuable. All right, looks like no Evo beast in this one. Sad day. Also, the weavers. Maximizing your weaver is important too, I think. Too many ranged enemies here. No, no, no. 4% chance to cast Divine Bolt when you use a zero cost skill. Not something that's important to me right this moment, because unfortunately, channeling doesn't count as like continuing to use the skill, which is really unfortunate. Oh, I really hate these saboteur things. Such a pain in the ass. Hmm. Oh, nice. Okay, you stupid little lizard. Just all of the Scalebane enemies are so annoying. Let's see. Sure, why not? Can I move? Apparently going through that little central area there isn't really possible. The zone seems fairly large because there's so many lizards. I kind of want to just stick with it. Although I'm not getting a ton of really good stuff out of the lizards, which is unfortunate. I really want to get some tier 7 mods. Preferably multiple tier 7 mods on some items. I mean, that's obviously the overall goal, right? Is to have at least two tier 7 mods on every one of your items. It's not really that realistic, but having those tier 7 mods in your items is really what makes builds viable, because the tier 6 and tier 7 mods are so much more powerful just on a percent increase basis than a lot of the other mods. So choosing the right mods for those things is also really, really important. You know, if you get a tier 5 mod, that's great, but having tier 7 attack speed as opposed to, tier 7 uh, resistance is a pretty significant change in the overall value of that tier 7 mod. I don't really think that tier 6 or 7 resistances in general are probably all that valuable. You're probably better off going for, tier 7, like DPS type mods, or, health or something like that. I think the tier 7 health mods are probably really valuable, pretty much no matter what your build is. And then obviously, if you're not using health, if you're using ward or something like that, then tier 7 ward mods. But, hmm. Oh, you came back to life. Cool. What an asshole. Is there anything down in the middle of this? I can't believe that I haven't found anything on my evolution beast. been talking to myself. I wonder how long that's been going on. I couldn't go that other way for some reason. How am I supposed to get around to this thing? But yeah, I can't run through that area right there. If I end up not being able to get to this evolution beast, I'm going to be upset. Boink. Nice. Look at all them shards. I really love how they've sort of gone out of their way to get you good quality shards with this evolution beast. It's been really nice to be able to have a path that just helps you do that. Let's go in here to the cemetery. Now, we could just go beat. Um, have I actually started doing this already? Let's see about this. Since we're there, since we're at the point, let's go into the Forge Guard. Let's get some more Ignite chance. 450 Ignite chance. Choom. Spin to win. Killing all these little nerds. Ooh, big bad dragon. This is like a real dragon, too. I actually really like this creature. I think they did a really good job with this model. Well, that was interesting. Miarg. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep killing stuff. It's not time to start worrying about pushing corruption and beating bosses and stuff like that. I need to level up and improve my gear, and primarily I think I need to improve my DPS. I live long enough for the most part, but because it's taking me so long to kill things, stuff gets really out of whack. There's definitely a balancing act between, how many hits can you survive? Void penetration, that's probably pretty valuable. But how many hits can you survive, and how much damage do you deal? You have to be able to live long enough to get to the enemies, but then you have to be able to kill them fast enough that all of your sustain resources don't get used up. That's too bad. That shrine is really gonna get me. 'Cause it's gonna zap those little pods and blow them up. Sometimes enemies come out of them. Sometimes they possess enemies and make them more powerful. All kinds of crazy stuff can happen from those things. Spin into win. The Seeker's Summit. So that's a really important thing. I really need to get the one that allows me to get my seventh evolution. Because I need my 7 evolution beast. Potion converted to ward fire resist. Probably not that good. Although that is a lot of fire resist. And if I could get like all of my resistances and my idols, that'd be kind of crazy. Get your ass back over here, lizard. Ooh. Too bad it's tier 6 increased mana. Dang. 40% increased fire damage. That's just a tier 1. 100 health, cold resist. You know what? Let's see here. I don't need cold resist. This has elemental resist, so I actually probably do need the ele resist. A little bit. Not very much, though. But let's see what happens when we change this. What do we get? If we get the other type of health, because there's 2 healths. We got percent and we got flat. If I can get flat health, armor isn't bad. Um, wow. Okay. So I want to see what I get here because I'm willing to try and change this with a rune. So let's upgrade this. Ooh, bummer. Give me a crit. Ah, you suck. Okay, well. Ooh, nice. Ooh, piece of candy. Poison on hit, poison penetration, increased necrotic damage. Too bad that's not increased poison damage because that'd be super powerful, super good. Stun chance, poison resist, fire pen, increased fire damage. Nice, that's a really good one. Vitality, bow damage. Also one that I think is worth. I might try and sell one of those. I'll probably keep the fire one. Oops. Hey, why don't y'all do me a favor and fucking die? It's time to die. Die. Ooh, there was a lot of craziness going on in there. Gracious. Ghost is so scary because sometimes Ghost seems really easy and you can just kill him real quick. And then sometimes Ghost just hits you really hard. I don't know if it's a modifier thing or what happens, but sometimes the Ghost will just one shot you, and then sometimes they feel super simple and you just kind of roll through them. But when there's so much stuff going on the screen, like I don't know, I can't see anything to dodge any attacks or anything like that. I'm just kind of going, just clicking the button. Red multi, fire damage, and ignite chance. Melee damage leads to health, fire damage, lightning pen, stun chance. That's almost a good. Ooh, come here, little buddy. Couple of glyphs of despair. Nice. We need those glyphs of despair. That's another big, important resource for making the best items. Is you really want to be able to seal off one of your stats. That's not how you make the best items. You need to get a sealed stat that's already at tier 7 to get the absolute best items. But elemental damage over time, crit avoidance. What are the other stats here? Poison damage, void damage? Nope. Hammer throw. Okay. We'll actually take the hammer throw one and we'll just shatter it. Because that's a special shard that could have some value for us. This boss doesn't typically scare me. Even if I get in their little webs and I slow down, as long as I keep spinning and I'm hitting stuff, I'm mostly okay. a ton of really huge damage potential on me. And they don't do a lot of stuff really back to back to back super fast. So I'm unlikely to, take a hit and then take two more hits or something really quick and just die. Antipode Rift. Necro penetration and spell damage. Those are pretty high stats too. That's definitely good for. Um, an acolyte. I don't think I have the whatever one it is. Travel back to the ancient era and destroy whatever created the Antipode Rift. Always drops a unique piece of armor. Always drops a unique melee weapon. Great Bridge. Break through the fortifications along the Great Bridge to gain access to the Forge of Fates, where you can shatter your set items. Okay, that's a really important one to have. Slay the roaming Fate Weavers. Packs of the Weaver's followers. And those echoes are more powerful, but drop large amounts of memory amber. Nice. Wade through the blood-soaked halls to confront the Baroness. Complete this one to earn one Weaver Tree point. Multiple Nemesis to scale the tower. Loot for a Great Mage. Protect the Rift Beast nests to spread Rift Beast encounters to surrounding echoes. Cannot add Rift Beast encounters to arena echoes. Let's see, before he vanished, the Barnacle King stashed his treasure in a hidden vault deep beneath the ground. Search for the lost vault within the caverns and altruistically free the overburdened lizards locked within the caches. I love how it says altruistically. Like, that's why I'm doing it. Let's see, let's damage fire resist. Chance to electrify. Okay, we're going to change this one. Increased armor. Armor mitigation applies to damage over time with 5 Weaver's Touch. That's real nice. Okay, so we didn't have to go very far in this one at all before it gave us the little zone that we were going into. God, it's these freaking Scalebane Saboteurs. They have those little explosions, and they do so much damage. I hate them. This is actually going to be a pretty hard map. These siege golems, they hit really hard. You have to dodge those big explosion attacks. And so with them and those Scalebanes causing a lot of explosions, a lot of AoE, a lot of denial around all over the place. I'm going to be moving around a lot and not getting to hit things as hard or consistently as I would like. Oh, and they can get possessed. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. I actually don't think there's any reason in going around looking for my Evo Beast. I think I'm at the point where I need to go into the rift. Ooh. There was a time in this game, way back in the day, where those gold elementals were like the scariest enemy in the game. And I mean, they still put the whammy down. You can still get killed. But they're not nearly as frightening as they used to be. I think we're going to empower this. Hopefully, it doesn't boost that void damage over time. Honestly, a couple of these stats are pretty bad, but increased fire damage on the implicit. We definitely want that. You know what else we want? We want to put this in here. We want to up this vitality, and we want to change this to a different type of helmet. Because this is a really kind of low tier helmet. Oh no, it's a high tier helmet. It's not the one we want though. We don't want movement speed. We want the fire damage that we just saw. So we'll end up maxing this out and potentially get a better helmet. Let's do it. Yes, that is what I'm talking about. So good. And we didn't really lose any forging potential. So now I want to go in here and I want to re-roll my implicits, which are these numbers right up at the top, that 365 armor, endurance threshold, and fire damage. I don't care so much about the endurance threshold. I do care about that fire damage, though. If we can get that all the way up to 75%, that'd be super huge. So I'm going to use some of these reroll implicits here. 69%. Okay. Okay. Now let's look down in the bottom. We've got 15 strength, 7 vitality, so we're missing 1 on each of those. We've got just 1 missing on health. We've got 1% missing on endurance. Obviously, the endurance thing I wish I could change, but overall, that is a pretty good item. What else do we have going on in here? We got some forging potential here. Nothing that I can upgrade or change. We've got pretty low block effectiveness here, and the other 2 things are locked. So updating the implicits here could potentially have some really good value. My health gained on block is a little low there. My block chance is 1 down. Reduced damage taken on block is maxed. Flat health is maxed. So let's go ahead and reroll the implicit on this one as well. And see if we can't get a little more block effectiveness. 585. Perfect. Perfect. Do we have any forging potential anywhere else that might be able to boost us up here? What do we got? We got max block chance. Not max health gained on block, but max block chance. 57, so 3 short. You know what, actually? Oh, okay. I want to change this, but I don't have any of these. So I need to get some of these affixes because I want to change that level of judgment. Okay, all in all, some really, really quality bonuses there. That's why I love this game, is because you get to take a really, really um, hands-on approach to every little incremental increase in power that your character has. It does mean that you have to have a much better understanding of what it is that's making your character more powerful, which does make it a little more difficult for individuals who maybe don't build their own builds and who are borrowing builds from people. If you don't have a build, a build guide that's telling you, like, these are your most important stats, here's some things you really want to be looking for, stuff like that, then you can end up in a pretty bad position where you don't necessarily know how to get those incremental builds. So make sure, um, if you're using a build guide, which I totally am for, not everybody has the time to learn the intricate details of the game to make a good build. And so following a build guide is a great way to get to interact with the really big end game parts of the game without feeling like you're wasting a ton of your playtime. Make sure that that guide is going to give you the information you need to succeed, because you do need to be making these incremental increases, right? You need to be getting a little bit stronger as often as you can, because this game it has a couple of cliffs where, like, for example, when you go from regular monoliths to empowered monoliths, there's kind of a cliff that you fall off of, and you go from not needing all that much power to needing an obscene amount of power and just getting the shit kicked out of you. Dude, I hate this Wingari asshole. Too much dot damage and shit. What a dick. I still want to get down here and get this. Hopefully it won't be the same fucking boss again. Locate the swarm keeper. Okay, yeah, totally different zone. Oh, instead it's the stupid lizards. These things are a super huge pain in the ass too. Let's see how this is tearing up here. Physical resistance, bleed duration. Not really something I need, but hopefully most of those next four stats go into increased armor, and mitigation applies to dots. So that's a huge thing for me, is I need to get more mitigation applies to damage over time, because it's a really huge weak spot for this build. And for block builds in general, it's a pretty big weak spot because you don't block damage over time hits or ticks. And so I'm just in a position where anybody who deals damage over time is just extraordinarily strong against me, which is why these spiteful gorgons, or these gorgons, do so much damage, is they've got like a dot effect around them. And so when they get into a group, when there's just one of them, it's not a problem. But in some areas, you get them in groups, and they just kick my ass because I got to stand so close to them to hit them. It's a huge problem. See, increase damage if you've cast Orb of Devouring. Increase fire damage. I don't think that's really a good mix there. I'm pretty sure Orb of Devouring is a void skill. All right. That was obnoxious. Fucking poisons, dude. Goodness. Let's go get ourselves some stiffs. Can't see shit in here. Well, can't see shit in here unless it's right on top of you. Again, I really like this background because this background's really not that busy. It's super clean, super monochromatic. So it creates a lot of contrast with what's on top of it. And so the creatures, the enemies, are much, much easier to see and much, much easier to deal with when it's like this. So I really like, there's a couple of the new zones that are super monochromatic like this, and I really like them. We got here poison, void resistance, critical strike, physical damage over time, ignite chance, lightning resist. Don't really need any of those. Okay. Let's go murder this dude. Oh no, sure. Put yourself right next to this thing so you can get possessed. You friggin' twit. Oh, the exiled mage isn't the one who got possessed. Good. Okay, I'm gonna need you to stop zipping around. For no other reason than they do this stupid dash around crap. I hate exiled mages. They are very antithetical to my build. But not only are they kind of antithetical to my build, they also don't drop anything that I ever really need. Ice Beetle. Gonna go ahead and empower this dude again. Cocaine miasma. Corrode. Jackass. Doom doom. 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 Alright, we're gonna get our way up here. Get this last little duder done. And then we're gonna go back and we're gonna beat this cemetery. The reason we left that and we didn't do it right away is because I really want to get these good relics. And so I didn't want to run the risk. We need to go chase down these. I haven't seen a set lizard. At least I don't think I have. Come here, lizard dude. Why are you running? Ooh, that was a lot of stuff. No. 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 And ooh. Hmm. That is the base that eventually I want to have. And tier 6 vitality is not terrible. Not quite 86. We're still a little more than 3 levels away, but still. Let's see. I really do love this evolution beast mechanic. This is so much fun. Evolving this thing and then fighting it over and over again. Such a good mechanic. All right, now we got to go all the way back down here. I definitely want to go in here. But since we've already completed the zone, even if we die in here, we're still going to get all of our stuff, which is the important thing. Nice. Too bad that was useless. Chance to inflict bleed, necrotic resistance. Necro resist, I think, is always going to be pretty valuable. Right, we've used up all of these. So tier 6 here, nice. 8% increased armor, 4% of armor mitigation also applies to damage over time. This is huge. Um, I don't need the physical res. That's kind of a waste of 2 points there. But I'm going to be keeping that one for a while. And then I've got this one. which does 2% less damage taken over time while using a shield, which is awesome. Um, with health gained on block. So this is the next one I'm going to have to be changing up here. And then, of course, I want to get better versions of those, uh, particularly that 2x2 isn't a terribly good version of itself. Yeah, that's the thing that happens with the ghost. Is sometimes you just all of a sudden die. That's fine though. None of those were useful. Ooh, alchemist ladle. Dreidel, 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 I made you out of clay. Hmm. So I don't want damage reflected. That's not a good stat. So we're gonna try and have to be level 86. Never mind. Okay, well, we'll just shatter that. We'll get something better that by the time we're 86, honestly. Something I definitely want to get is for this Sunwreath. I definitely want to get like a tier 7 increased fire damage to throw on here. I feel like that'd be super good. Maybe I should go look at that because I could do that like right now. If I can buy a tier 7, that'd be pretty dope. What in the hell is this thing? An ivory ring. All right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for affix. Looking for damage type. Looking for fire damage. Confirm. And then I'm looking for rarity. Exalted. Confirm. There's a tier 7 fire damage. 97% out of 120. Got a lot of forging potential, so we could potentially reforge that into something better. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and buy that right there. That's perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and reforge this. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to re-roll the value of our affixes. So our fire damage affix is really low, right? It's 97 out of 96. So we're going to hit the re-roll action. That's interesting. So re-roll that and hit 120 in one try. Oh my goodness. That's baller right there. So now we want to go to the temporal sanctum. Which, don't ask me how we get there. I think it's through here. So we're going to go figure out how to get to the temporal sanctum real quick. Then we're going to go do this temporal thing, and we'll put that 120% increased fire damage on my Sunwreath ring. Because when you're only doing one, you actually get to choose which um, which perk you're adding, which is fucking huge. Like, fucking huge. Man, blowing through enemies that are way lower level than you is so much fun. So much fun. I won't actually need this. This takes me into the temporal sanctum, so let's go ahead and go to keys. Surely I have a temporal sanctum key. And surely I have a portal charm. Tier 1. Dungeon boss. Nice. I didn't really need to do that. It doesn't take very long to get through here. Oh yeah. All right. We're gonna take that because we're gonna take that too. Yeah, we're gonna take that too. Nice. Then we come back here and we swap to this side. We're gonna take our sun wreath and we're gonna put it in there. We're gonna take this. We're gonna put it in there. We're gonna seal the cache. Well, that's not how that was supposed to work. I could have sworn I was supposed to be able to choose. Do I have to have defeated it once before? Oh no, I have to be doing it on at least. That's right. You can't do it on the lowest. I found this out last time the hard way too. Dumbass. Well, shit. What a waste. Well, that was fun. Let's take this key and then let's bump this corruption. Might as well start working my way towards an increase here. Level 83, baby. Balling out of control. What do you got going on here? I need so many more bones. There's no bag of bones, which is interesting. You would think that maybe using up a little bit of each of these, you'd be able to just get some bones. But let's see, what do we got here? I kind of want to get this amulet. I hate the lava keepers. They do way too much damage. Nice. No, maybe. No. No. Okay. I was taking some pretty big lightning damage there. Almost died. Sentinel's Myrmidon Plate. All right, what do we got here? We definitely want flowering vines. We want the primordial petals here. But an exalted bow or quiver is not really something we're looking for. We could definitely take glyphs with a primordial feather. The feather is what we need to get the rune anyway. Unfortunately, you can't leave and come back and do the boss fight again in a different world or a different echo because you will get the same options. So you do just kind of have to pick one, which is unfortunate. That's cool. We just spawned in right on top of a siege golem launching a huge attack on us. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's do some corruption. Whoops. Honestly, this Orobus version is much easier than I. Whoops. That's funny. That's what I get for talking shit. Why don't you come out here, bud? Nice. Booyah. And now we're back to the beginning with 109 corruption. Not that 9 corruption is going to do a lot. What is this? Completing this echo result resets the timeline's web of echoes. However, the stability active modifiers and quest echo progress persist. Oh, so they've just changed. Got it. Got it. They just changed the way that looks. So the goal there is to give you an ability to sort of reset some of the changes that you've made if you've accidentally added too much corruption and you start just getting your ass kicked instead of bricking your echo or your monolith. They're giving you an option to reset and reduce some or all of the corruption so that you can go back to where you can actually win again. Because breaking an entire monolith would suck. Especially really late game when it's possible that you won't be able to get all that much stronger. You know, there just is an upper limit to what your build will be able to do. Eventually, the echoes will just get too difficult. And so, if you can't go backwards a little bit, then you could end up just never being able to interact with that echo again. We're gonna go ahead and run around a little bit, see if I can't find my Evo Beast. Oh, Evo Beast, where are you? I'm coming to kill you. I'm trapped inside of a hellhole. Hey, look at that. Got a temporal key back. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, there's my Evo Beast. All right, buddy, come here. Two primordial feathers, tons of glyphs and shards. I really, really like the reward structure for this beast. All right, let's go down here. We're definitely going to do this cemetery. We're just going to keep running cemeteries kind of as often as we can. And the reason for that is we really want to we really want to get the thing that's going to allow us to evolution our boss 7 times. So right now we can only get 6 evolutions. It is possible to get a 7th by doing a specific woven echo. And I want to get that woven echo. because I want a seventh evolution on my bosses, and then I'll make a really good boss that has all the rewards and stuff that I want, and then we'll go ham. Bigger spin to win. Yeah. Hey, there's my beast. Ooh. I got a tier 6 champion affix. What's up with the rest of this? Increased minion damage, increased cast speed, health regeneration. So, minion damage is probably not something you need, but cast speed is definitely something that would be valuable here. Have you got something else like necrotic damage here? Let's just see. Physical damage isn't the thing. That's too bad. Well, we'll shatter that. That's the kind of stuff that you're really looking for, though, is like a really good champion base at a really high tier like that. would be massive. Especially because if you got a champion base that was like, say, tier 7, and then another um, exalted mod that was also tier 7, I don't think those champion mods can be moved to tier 8 because it says they cannot be modified. So probably you'd be able to use that as a way to guarantee that the other tier 7 mod becomes the tier 8 mod. So, and then because that one's sealed, you would seal off that tier 8 mod to another. So you'd get a 6 mod item fairly easily. So those champion mods are actually going to be pretty important when it comes to making some of the best items in the game. If you could get, like a boot with a champion mod or something like that, and then get a tier 7 movement speed affix that you could turn into tier 8, or a glove with an attack speed or something like that, or cast speed, or, one of those sort of important stats, things could get pretty crazy. So we're definitely going to be looking. There is that woven echo that gives you a bunch of champions and guarantees that they're going to drop exalted champion modifiers, which is fucking crazy. Um, so I am definitely going to be looking to get those in a high corruption zone and then use them to farm champion exalteds and craft those into really great gear. Does mana course through you? Get your ass back over here, dude. Holy shit, you're obnoxious. All right. Please give me some of that good good. I need the woven echo. I think it's called Rampant Shores or something like that. But I need it. I need it right meow. There's somebody in my apartment complex with a loud as fuck vehicle who just has that shit turned on outside. I don't know who they are, but I fucking hate them. What the fuck did you just do to me, dude? Fight was going great, fight was going great, and then all of a sudden I was just like dying. Necro penetration and poison resist? Sure. Poison resist is a good resist to have. I need me some woven echoes, dude. I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and hook me up with some woven echoes. Gonna need to be a thing. There's a cemetery of reweaving. Cemetery of erased where woven echoes can be exchanged for others once the woven firstborn has been slain. Ooh. Ooh. Necro penetration of void resist. Nice. That's an exciting one right there. I think that's going to give me what I want. Well, that was fun. The Conquered Tower. Okay, but seriously, I'm gonna go fight my neighbor. This vehicle's been on for like a half hour. Just running in my parking lot. Like, I understand if you gotta do some work on it or something, but there's no way you've needed to have the vehicle sitting on for 30 minutes. What are you fucking doing? Other than trying to piss me off. And when those things get possessed, they get so many extra hit points. It's crazy. Fucking crazy. Oh, thank goodness. The car got turned off. I am instantly less annoyed and happier. Alright, time to kill this woven firstborn dude. Should be pretty easy. They've got a couple of attacks to do a little damage, but they don't typically do them like back to back. So generally, I can just continue attacking. If I really need to, throw it out a heal. Probably won't be necessary. Ooh. Let's see if we can't get this dude out of the corner a little. There we go. Nine health gained on kill, increased health. If that wasn't cold resist, I'd probably pick that up. Fizz penetration, fizz damage, both maxed out. Yo, that's a good ass idol right there. Oh, nice. This banner's got judgment on it. Okay, here we go. I need these judgment ones. So we're going to use a rune of removal. Because if we use a rune of removal, then we can get all 6 of the judgment shards. But the reason I really needed that is I need to change this right here into literally any fucking thing else. Because I don't use judgment, so this is totally useless for me. So let's randomize. Damage while channeling. Ooh. I wonder if that benefits my ignite. Probably not. But it's good enough. And I can potentially get it up to tier 5 here. Because I've got 5 forging potential, so maybe I get 2 out of it. Ooh, yeah, I am. Boom, we're maxed out. Perfect. So now we get to look at what some of our stats are here. We've got 57 out of 60. We've got 52% increased damage while channeling. 29 to all resistances out of 36. 20 elemental resistance. Oh, I didn't realize. So I've got 49 to ele resistances. And so I can actually have these sort of lower than max. And I get all resistances while channeling, which is great. Because this is a channeled skill. And then that sealed is lightning damage, which sucks, but the rest of that's pretty useful. Oh, my ignite damage does go up with the channeling damage. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty dope. All right, we're definitely keeping this one. Let's change this one first. 2% increased echo damage while a skill. Okay, well. That one's not really going to do me any good, but I don't have another 500 points to try and get another one. Now we're going to go try and find. I should need to kill my Evo creature one more time. So it should be on this map somewhere, hopefully. So we're going to go look for it. Wow, something in here is putting the whammy on me. I think it might be this little electric dude. Nope, it's these raptor things. Ooh, tier 7 increased fire damage. And an ignite chance. Too bad that tier 5 can't be changed. We'll just go ahead and shatter that. Nemesis. Ooh, I think I actually get my items this time. What's this thing? Void damage over time is still tier 2. That's great. Unfortunately, it looks like we got health regeneration, which I don't really need. So I'm not really going to need that item. Or really any of those items for that matter. But whatever. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's see. You don't really need crit strike on a poison build. And health on kill isn't really all that useful. We're just going to shatter both of these. Whoops. Because they've just got a bunch of good stuff. We're going to go ahead and shatter that one. Go ahead and shatter that one. Now we're just looking for my Evo Beast. Oh, Evo Beast. Where are you? 3 more levels, and I think I'll be able to use any item in the game. I'm pretty sure level 86 is the highest possible level requirement for any of the different items. So once we hit that, it'll be all about getting our end game stuff. Um, identifying specifically what subtype of item we want for everything, and then going from there. And then just trying to find, a decent subtype or a decent one of that subtype, and then a better one, and then a better one, and then, eventually we'll have our full build. Hmm. I don't think we're gonna find our little boss thing down here. But something I do want to do is I want to go down here to the Weaver. Can I not? Oh, do I have to do this inside of? Okay. I got it. I have to do it inside one of those cemeteries. I was unaware. But I do need to go use the restroom real quick. So before we get back into this, I'm going to go have a wee. I'll be right back. All right. Back into it. What do we got? I What do we want? I see some runes here. I don't really have anything I want afterwards, though. Whatever. Let's go get some runes. It'll be fun. I also need to go through. Um, there's a couple of things I need to do. I need to research builds so I can identify some really key pieces and some key stats. Because, like I said, I want to craft lots of items to sell and stuff as well. And then the other thing that I want to do is work on my loot filter so that it's only showing me specifically the things that I'm going to want to be crafting on. And I'm just going to load up, right? I'm going to get a ton of craftables. Because why the hell not? Idols and really good craftable stuff are going to kind of be the two things I'm most interested in. Because those Weaver idols are extremely powerful. Class specific idols are extremely powerful. So we're going to be looking for some specific affixes that each of the different classes use on their class specific idols. I'm not just going to pick up every class specific idol. And then I want them in high percentages. I'm not just going to pick up everyone that has the stats that I want. I want to pick up just the ones that have the good stats. Because I'm pretty picky. We've been getting some bonuses here. Let's see where this has gone. Less damage over time while using a shield and health gained on block. And almost all of the points, actually all of the points, have been put into that instead of the one that I don't want. We still got a couple more Weaver's Will there. So we're going to get a couple more bonuses on one of those mods, one of those two mods. Hopefully, it's the mod that I specifically want. If not, we'll just try again. We're going to be going into the Weaver's zones quite a bit. They're fairly important. Oh, nice. We found our nemesis. So let's go ahead and just go down there. Let's bring all these mobs with us here. We'll pick up some extra packs. Just so we make sure that we're not accidentally getting dragged into anything, you know? We need the XP anyway, so. All right, let's see. We got a random thing here. We got I guess a decent mage armor there. Don't really care about any of that stuff. Let's go ahead and banish that. And I see a champion down there. I'm going to go kill it. It's not a terribly important thing to deal with the champions this early on for me. Um, if I see a champion, then I'm probably going to kill it, but I'm unlikely to get a tier 7 champion affix along with another tier 7 affix at this tier of corruption. We really do need to be pushing our corruption much, much harder because that's where a lot of the value is going to come from for crafting is making sure we get that corruption. But I mean, look at that. 19% chance of poisoning and +1 enemy pierced with multi-shot. So good. Champion affixes are crazy. And if you could have that in tier 7, not even fair. Let's see, get some money. I don't think I have any cemeteries. No, okay. So we'll just keep going. Either we'll get a cemetery in the actual, just regular map, or, oh, this is, got it. This is an arena. I don't notice the arenas very often. Ooh. Hey now. Okay. Down this way, I guess. We get some glyphs, and then we'll get some runes. I am obsessed with the crafting materials in this game. Hey, there's a nemesis. Nice. Let's go up there super quick. Aggro all the enemies around it. So we can murder everything real fast with our shrine. And then hopefully have some shrine left. Ooh. There's something I've never seen before, the Apostate Sanctuary Amulet. We're going to go ahead and empower this because I want that amulet. Just because I've never had one. Cocaine miasma. Boop. Hey, and there's a champion. Ooh. It's the big bad Drakey boy again. That just flies over the top of places where I can't get to him. What an asshole. No, 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 no. Hey, we're about to hit level 84. What's up? Ooh, look at all these Goldie boys. Get murked. And bleed duration. No throwing attacks. Nope. Oh, did I accidentally drag both of them over here? Okay, we're gonna focus on Ghost. Because Ghost will hit me with some crazy shit. Damn it. Whoopsie. What do we got? Slay the champion? A nemesis. And there's the champion. All right. What do you actually do here? Ooh, plus 85 or 82 health. That's a really good. Plus 2 health per vitality. His resist, necro resist. Current health and ward lost when you directly cast a spell. Health leech is disabled for 4 seconds when you directly cast a spell. Plus 8 ward per second per 1% uncapped physical resistance while channeling rebuke. And 10% more damage to bosses and rare enemies. Ooh. Yo, that's actually pretty good. Interesting. I may actually go ahead and level up rebuke as a secondary skill here. Nice. All right. I think we have all of the ignite chance and all of the fire damage I can get off of my passives. So now it's mostly just going to be about health and stuff like that. I think. But we're going to run around. We're going to look for our little Evo creature here. Because I want to get my bonus. Oh, Evo creature. Where are you? Bueno. Sure, this is fine. No big deal. I don't need my Evo creature. Just let me go search through the whole map and not find it. Totally acceptable. Let's actually go ahead and go into the skills real quick. And let's do the thing with rebuke. We want rebuke to be a heal. Ooh, and maybe a mana regen. Let's go in here. Let's get a couple of points of the mana regen. Let's get a couple of points of the healing. Let's get... let's max that out. Then let's change this to rebuke. Yeah, I think that'll work pretty good. Then let's go ahead and go in and figure out what to do with Javelin. I'm gaining haste after I'm using it, which is fine. I'm healing off of it. It's making me invulnerable temporarily. Ooh, that's interesting. A kill threshold? Kind of like that too. Okay, that'll be interesting. Mostly I'll probably be using it on just bigger enemies. But a 15% kill threshold seems pretty dope. Alright, what's next? Get more mana regen. Ooh. Exalted Loot Lizard. Get the fuck back over here. Vault of the Barnacle King. I can't wait to get to like really high tiers of corruption and just start rocking and rolling on those exalteds. There are certainly people who are already doing, hundreds of corruption higher than me. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody was already at, 5 or 600. Because people are crazy good at this game. All right. So yeah, our big thing here is we're just going to use Rebuke as like a big old shield. It massively reduces the amount of damage and stuff you take. And gives you a bunch of health and stuff regen. So that's what we're going to do. I don't know why it took me this long to remember that that's what we were doing on basically every build last time, was using Rebuke. So we have, some good passive stuff. But then on top of that, we're going to also use Rebuke for some more active healing and defense, which is just going to end up making us super tanky. Not really entirely sure what was killing me right there, but I was getting my ass kicked. I don't really care about these keys. Blue lizard. I love lizard. More lizards. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, yeah. We're probably not going to get all of these, but I want to get this blue one and I want to get the unique one. We'll try and get that other. Ooh, there's 3 of them down here. Holy shit. Nice. Good job. Okay, those are all of the ones I could get. When you're playing a more tanky, slower killing build, that's just kind of one of the things that happens is you don't always get a chance to get everything here. Hmm. Rune of Redemption. There are some runes that I still don't have any copies of, like this one, and I honestly don't even know what they do. Off the top of my head, I've kind of forgotten. I think one of them swaps the stats, the affixes, so that you can get different affixes to be um, exalteds. But I don't know what the other one does. This place is probably too. Oh, I'm not done yet. Hey, got our nemesis. Now, if we could just get our Evo Beast. Hey, there it is. All right. Mana regen, cold resist, those are kind of useless, but it did go up to tier 6 on the health, which is great. Neither of those have any particular value for me. No, honestly, I think I might want to wear this. It is going to reduce my survivability, maybe, because I'm not going to be getting the leech. I have 40 vitality, so I'm getting an extra 80 health base. So I'm getting base 200 HP off of this. So my health's going up 300 total points, 330, 325, which is pretty huge on top of. Wow. That makes my rebuke insanely powerful. I am gaining so much Well, let's see how well my survivability stands up. Ouch. That is probably going to have to make me change a little bit how I play. I'm probably going to have to lean on rebuke for defensive purposes a little more. Um, Bigger packs are still going to be fairly easy because I still do regenerate 100 health per block. So I'm still not worried about, big packs of small hits, but I am going to have to worry about small packs of hard hits, right? So I'm not regenning any health really right now. So I could increase, right? Get my health regen up, get some. I think this is going to end up turning this into a much more active blocking kind of a thing. And I don't know if I'm capable of doing that very well. It's definitely a really good amulet. Um, I think if you were focusing more on rebuke, then you could do some really interesting stuff because I think there are abilities that allow you to like cast certain different things and stuff while you're using rebuke. So having something like that, um, I think that particular item would be pretty overpowered, but the life leech is just so strong that if you have an option to be life leeching, it's just really powerful to do so. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Still just need lots more of these, huh? This is also a really, really good item, but again, because I can't really give up my life leech. At least not for the time being. Maybe in the future. As we level this character up, I really am enjoying playing this build. Warpath is not necessarily the best way to put out ignites. Um, there are some other, like whirly hammers is a really good way to put out ignites. But I just feel way safer when I'm using Warpath because there are lots of channeling defensive sort of stats that you can get, increased resistances and stuff like that while channeling, taking less damage while channeling. And then those things add on to your ability to use or rebuke really well as a defensive move. And I need to get back in the habit of that. I was in a pretty good habit of that last time we played during the last season launch, but I sort of forgot that rebuke even exists between then and now. And so I'm not nearly as on top of it as I was. But that's okay. We'll get back on it and then we'll get all of our content completed. Okay, we already have 2 feathers, right? So we probably don't need a 3rd feather. But exalted boots, kind of a big deal. So do we want fangs and runes, or do we want to go for a 3rd feather and boots? What's up, bot? How are you today? Gotta love the bots. Exalted boots or runes? I think we go with exalted boots, honestly. All right, I'm gonna go get a bowl of rice real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. We are back. We're going back to Calais. There are definitely some good little jobbers in here. Necro penetration and spell damage. Definitely good. So we're going to keep that one out. Yo, what up, Gravy? Void pen and physical, maybe. Let's see. This one's definitely better that I already have, so we'll keep that one. Chance to bleed, necro resist. We'll try and sell that one too. Physical pen, physical damage, vitality, bow damage. We'll definitely try and sell both of those. Give you Uber. I haven't even beat regular Aberoth, much less Uber Aberoth. I don't know what the hell kind of crack you're smoking. Oh yeah, how long did you stream today? Lots of necro penetrations with resistances here. That's nice. Think those will sell well. Yeah, them long ones can really get you. Let me tell you. All right. Yo, Guardian, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. How was the stream today? You know it's going. Playing ourselves some Last Epoch with the new season release. They just added a whole new mechanic and some new in-game crafting stuff, and a lot of fun playing Lethal Company. What did I come in here for? Right, sell stuff. So we want to come over here, open my stall. Actually, we want to look at the idols first. So we go into our inventory. This is something they just added. But if you hold shift and right click, it'll add your affixes from the item that you right clicked into your filter here. So then you can add search and you can see, okay, is anybody else trying to sell the same type of item as I am? And if they are trying to sell the same type of item as I am, are they What are they selling it for? Oh, so this one with necro penetration and void resist. Mine specifically has 8% void resist and 4% pen. So we're only looking at um, maybe 20K, a high end. So I don't know if I'm going to want to list that one, but we'll put it over here. Then we'll take a look at Void Pen Fizz Resist. These all have much, much higher physical resistance than mine. So that's going to be kind of in the same boat. These aren't good resistance rolls. Yeah, have a good night there, Gravy. Sleep well. Um, okay, we've got Necro Penetration, spell damage, 20% increased spell damage. Mine is slightly worse than this person's. I have 2% less added spell damage. So we're going to list this for probably 100K. And then we'll go back. And then we'll do chance to inflict bleed, necro resist. 19% chance to inflict bleed. What is mine? So I've got 19% with 2% physical pen. So here's 115. There's 19. My necro resist is a little lower than these, so I've only got 18%. This is almost perfect. This is almost perfect. So we're probably looking at about 100K here as well. This one is actually really, really good and fairly inexpensive. So let's go ahead and list this for 50K. And then we'll go back and we'll check 2 vitality and bow damage. So we have really good bow damage there, but the vitality is 1 short, which is unfortunate. We got 200K here, we got 500K here. So they're being listed really high when they've got all the perfect stats, but they don't look like they're selling. So I'm probably going to go about like this person's doing. I'm going to take it down to about 50K. Actually, we might go down to 25. And then we go right back in here. And last one. Fizz pen. Okay, so this is absolutely perfect here. So I've got Fizz pen and I've got increased physical damage for both melee and minion, or the player and minions. So I have a feeling this is probably really valuable. This 570K is probably pretty close to right. And I imagine that they're likely getting sold when they're getting posted. So we're going to go with 500K. And we're going to list that bad boy up. And then I think we're probably just not going to worry about these other 3 here. We'll just drop these on the ground. Perfect. Now we can get back out to the end of time here. And I just got to finish up my rice real quick. All right. Let's go up this way. Let's get the unique ring, unique or set. There's actually a good set ring that I want. I don't actually want the ring, but I do want the affix that you can get from the ring. So something that's extremely unique about Last Epoch among ARPGs is that you don't actually have to wear the set item to get the set bonus. Every set item has a system now where if you go into a certain zone and beat the zone, you'll get the ability to break set items down and get affix shards for certain set items so that you can put those affixes on other items of the same item type. So, for example, if I get the ring affix shard from the ring that I like, then I'll have to specifically put it on another ring, which makes them fairly limited, right? You can't just go putting it on anything you want willy nilly. But it also means that I can get that ring bonus and potentially get the set bonus, right? Because as soon as you put the affix on an item, it counts as an item of that set that you got the affix from. So you could get an entire set bonus, literally having to equip any of the set pieces, which is kind of cool. And I hope that they really expand on that and create some new sets and stuff like that because it's a really cool system and has a lot of potential to making the process of equipping your character even more interesting, which I really like. There is a nemesis over there. Let's go get him. What do we got? Roots of Vithrasil. Increase movement speed, projectiles with spirit thorns, increase damage while in Spriggan form, cannot move in Spriggan form, health regen in Spriggan form. That's actually kind of cool. Fire damage over time, vitality, 100% of bleed chance converted to ignite chance. And then I could place this in here. What is this? Critical strike multiplier, damage over time, physical resistance, poison resistance, 45% of added critical strike multiplier converted to physical damage. Sorry, converted to physical penetration with bleed. And 45% of added critical strike multiplier converted to poison penetration with poison. Well, that's interesting. Salt the wound. We're going to go ahead and put this in here, actually. And we're going to empower that. We're just going to see what happens. Because why the hell not? Kill this enemy 3 times, get that item back with more mods. Or potentially some legendary potential. Ouch. That was hurty, dude. Why'd you have to zap me with ice? Hey, champion mob. What's up, nerd? Ow. Don't actually like that. All right. The Shrine of Divinity. Oh shit, yeah, lizards. More lizards. Oh shit, I accidentally sent two of them in the wrong direction. Ow, something just smacked the shit out of me. Okay, got all the lizards. That was close. They only stay up for so long, and my build is pretty slow at killing stuff. It's pretty tanky, and it lives really good, but not super good at killing. Okay, now let's go run around and loot all of my lizards. Oop, talking to myself again. Wonder how long that's been going on. Don't need melee lightning. That. Regalia. Ooh. Meh. We do want the increased fire damage, though. And actually, I do want this regalia because I do want the armor and then reduced damage from crits. Because I might put that on an item. +3 to Holy Aura, we definitely want to get that. Nothing down here. And we've got our Evo creature down here to fight. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. All right, let's fight our Evo creature. Nice. No good boots, though. Sad day. Definitely want to go up to that cemetery. Oh, nice. My Evo creature is literally right next to me. That's fantastic. Ooh, tier 6 movement speed. I really wish that was tier 7. And tier 6 health. I also really wish that was 7. That's too bad. Let's actually go this way. I want to go get this little chest over here. Just to see what's in it. Man, I really can't wait until I get into some higher tier corruption. It's weird. The fan in my computer is running really hard. That doesn't usually happen. I don't normally hear it. Excuse me, no likey. There's something in here that hits hard. Pretty sure it's these little raptor dudes. But I don't like it. Oop, there we go. Got a unique boot. Light of the Quetzari. Evade chance. Or evade charge, not chance. Increase cooldown recovery, seconds of haste, seconds of haste, increased haste effect. Those are kind of cool. Not something that I personally would use. I don't worry too much about haste. That's more of a ranger type thing to worry about. But we are going to go ahead and empower this one more time. And then next time I fight this dude, he'll be his hardest version, which isn't really terribly difficult. The ice one's kind of the easy one. And then he'll drop all those items, which will be perfect. Oh, I don't actually have to keep playing, do I? I already did all this stuff in this zone. And now we move on to here, because at the end of this zone, why do I have 7 of those now? Wait, what the fuck? Well, that's dope. Well, that was interesting. I just got fucking murked. That's freaking hilarious. Oh, cemetery. Where are you, cemetery? There you are, cemetery. All right. The unrelenting gold thread apostle of blades. God, I love the names and some of the enemies in here. The way they use the prefix suffix stuff on ARPG games to give things names just makes me laugh. I love it very much. No, we don't want that. No, we don't need that. Okay, moving right along. Moving right along. So the reason we're down here is we want to insert a woven echo that is going to give us the ability to exchange some of our woven echoes for some different ones. And the reason we want to do that is we want to get a specific woven echo for our beast so that we can evolve our beast 7 times instead of 6. All right, Buttface, let's do the thing. Nice. It was a little touch and go there for a second because I forgot that I have a defensive skill because I'm an idiot. But once we got it back under control, everything was just fine. I don't need this echo damage, so we're going to go ahead and redo this one. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. Yo, that's so good. I should have been reforging these. What an asshole. All right, let's put this stuff in here. This cemetery of reweaving, a cemetery of the erased, where woven echoes can be exchanged for others once the woven firstborn has been slain. So that's definitely what I want right there. Now, do I have more of those? Yes, I have another one. Perfect. So now we just go right back out here. And we're going to go right back into this cemetery here, the cemetery of reweaving. And we're going to go see what we can do after we kill this firstborn about. Gross. I don't like those enemies. Let's just go down to the cemetery. Um, and I want to see, just what it takes to make a new one of these. And, what kinds can they be turned into? How good are they going to be? Because I really, really need specifically the one that upgrades my little duder. Because all I really care about is upgrading my little duder right now. See what kind of idols we got over here. Increased healing effectiveness, increased void damage. Actually, I think that's probably really good for Void Knights, which are fairly popular. Except those are not great rolls, so I'm probably not going to pick it up. Shrine of Flames. Gotta pick up all my shards. This Shrine of Flames is so good because I have so much bonus elemental damage and fire damage because I do all the ignites. So it's just shredding things. So we're gonna go quickly here. Oh, now it's over. I was about to say I want to try and get through all the way. Tome of Vessels always drops a unique piece of jewelry. How exciting! Let's go see what this one here is. Health on kill, poison resistance. Meh. It was health on hit instead of health on kill. Even if it was only a couple, that'd be really good. I'm not a super big fan of on kill effects like that because, for example, like I'm here fighting this boss and there are no other things to kill. So, yeah, it's great to have bonus health on kill. That's cool. But what is that going to do for me in this specific situation? Which is one of the most dangerous situations I'm ever going to be in, right? Because the bosses are the hardest enemies. So, just doesn't make any sense to me to use up an affix slot like that. I've never actually played the mage paper slate. Um, but they're probably using an item that's helping them proc the same runic invocation. It's probably a unique that, if I'm not mistaken, there's a unique where if it's the first one that you use or something like that, it always procs the same one. Like if you use a fire first. But give me just a second and we'll look into it. It is time to reforge our woven echoes. Change 3 unwanted woven echoes in return for a new random one. Oh, okay. So you don't get to choose, they're random. Well, I don't necessarily need unique armors or unique melee weapons. I don't even know what tier the one that I'm looking for is, though. Oh, what's it called? Do you know what the name of the runic invocation is, or do they have names? All right, I'm looking for Rampant Coast. Plasma Orb. All right. Well, that's in Chinese. Can we change it to English, please? I'm just confused because he's channeling a lightning skill and not gaining any lightning charges in the video. Yeah, I assume he's using a unique that specifically is making everything that he gains the type that he wants. Okay, so this is one of the highest tier woven echoes. So I would have to give up all three or three of these probably to get one of these. But I want to see if they always give. Oh, no, I definitely want to be able to shatter those. Oh, they went into my items. Okay, I get it now. Okay, let's exchange and see. Does it always give me. Oh, no. It gave me of the higher tier there. That's nice. Woven Vessel of Memory. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Let's go research paper slates issue here real quick. So we're going to go to the last Epoch wiki. Let's see. Last Epoch plasma orb build. You said he's using a lightning skill that he channels. Runic, Runic Invocation, Runebolt, Flame Ward, Flame Rush. Static Orb. That doesn't seem like the build. Did my stupid stream crash again? My stupid stream did crash again. This game really hates it. When I open the internet. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Here is some uniques that deal with Plasma Orb. Or not Plasma Orb, Runic Invocation. More damage per strength for invocations, more damage per dex. So is Hio the fire invocation? Is that, or the fire rune? Because that's the one where you get bonus strength with the fundamental criterion body armor. Okay, so here's one that says directly cast 3 rune invocations, always cast Grand Prism Nova. So I assume if there's one that can always cast Grand Prism Nova, there's probably one that can always, once you have 3 runes for runic invocation, your runes cannot change until they are consumed. Once you have 2 runes, they cannot change until they are consumed. Once you have 1 rune, cannot change. Hmm. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble figuring out what it is they're doing. I see that there are some options here, like for example that Guardian Prism or Gordian Prism that forces you to always be casting Grand Prisms Nova. So I assume that there's got to be something, a unique or some sort of set or something like that, that is always forcing it to be plasma. But I can't seem to find it. I would think, are you watching some sort of a build guide or something, Paper Slate? Because I would assume that it would be in the build guide somewhere. It seems insane to me that you would make a build like that that had such a specific mechanic and then not include it in the build guide. You'd have to be a crazy person. The only thing that I can maybe think is they might be using something like one of these Unvar's Rises that says once you have X number of runes, they can't be changed until you cast your runic invocation. So they may just quickly be cycling a couple of spells because it's fire, lightning, fire gives you the plasma orb, right? So they might just cast a fire, cast a lightning, cast a fire, and then go about charging up their shock or whatever skill they're using, and then casting out the plasma whenever they feel like they need it or whatever. So that way they can charge up to the proper runes and then not have to worry about it until it's time to cast. There's one here that says chance to invoke Hydrahedron on kill with fire skills. And the Hydrahedron is an invocation. Um, Oh, here's an interesting one. Rune Bolt is now cast in a sequence with the same order of your most recent runic invocation. I don't know exactly what Rune Bolt is. Um, but it's possible that he triggers a certain rune sequence. Yeah, I've never really played a mage, so I don't have a ton of knowledge on that. But it seems to me that there's some, I mean, obviously, like you said, some sort of manipulation going on. Looks like it's just recycling the same runes for him. Yeah, it seems to me like there's something maybe in that rune bolt that might be able to get you to be able to just trigger the same runes over and over again. Oop. Let's see what this is going to be able to do. What do you got? Increased healing effectiveness, increased poison damage. Well, isn't that about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop? And that's not really that useful either. All right. Fantastic. So let's reforge. Oh, I still don't have enough. Mother pus bucket. Hey, here we go. Exalted rings, baby. I love exalteds because they're so much fun to craft. I'm a scrubby noob, paper. I just run around in circles and spin to win. I don't do none of that cool fancy shit. Rune of Ascendance. I don't think that's useful at all. All this one got was increased leech rate. Dodge rating while using evade. Doesn't really do any good when you can't move. Okay, none of those are really that useful. But I did just get hotfix is now live. Please exit your content and restart Steam at your earliest convenience. Okay, well, we're going to see how long it's going to let me keep playing with the old patch because NVIDIA GeForce Now will have to repatch the game. So if I leave right now, then I'll end up having to wait like 20 or 30 minutes. So we'll beat this real quick. And if it's going to let me just keep playing, then we'll just... it's supposed to be a lazy streamer build. It sounds a little bit like something my little brother was doing last patch, which was he was running around just like floating around, zapping things with lightning all around him, and just had like tons of tankiness, and he was just floating, just zapping things with lightning. But I never really understood his build. He's always been the clever one when it comes to these games. I've always just made a really tanky character and then gotten punched in the face a bunch of times. That's how I play video games. Get as tanky as possible and then just stand there. In the most straightforward way possible I can. Let's see. Throwing damage, throwing mana cost. I actually probably could just sell that as is. Ooh, here we go. A fire ring with increased elemental. Let's see if I can change this into something useful. And if I can, maybe I can get some use out of this. No. No. T-pose floating around doing 0 damage transition too early, I think. Yeah, he explained his build to me when we were playing last season, and about halfway through his explanation, I just kind of fuzzed out because I was not understanding. He is significantly more clever than I am. Let's go back in here. But yeah, it was exactly that. The T-pose floating and the just lightning shooting out sort of all automatically. He wasn't even really casting any skills or anything like that. He was just automatically nuking things with lightning. No, he did say it wasn't necessarily the highest damage build that he'd ever made, but it was probably one of the safest builds he'd ever made. I'm at least able to clear level 66 monos now. Oh, I mean, if you're... What level are you in? Level 68, okay. I mean, that's not terrible. If you're killing stuff at or around your level, single target is pretty bad. Are you playing Circle of Fortune or Merchant's Guild? Now I have 42 messing with crafting stuff. Merchant's Guild, but I'm locked out of this stuff I need to buy. Yeah. Ain't that about a bitch? Um, yeah, I mean you did the right thing there though. Going and messing around, doing some crafting and stuff like that, getting your stats up. That's always if you're having difficulty, because most builds should be able to um most builds should be able to do most content in this game, but it really is a question of your gear because your ability to gear out is significantly higher than the overall difficulty of the game. So even if you're playing a build that's a little off meta or a little unique, um, you might have to take a little extra time to gear that character out as you reach each new tier of play. But there isn't really very much that you can do to make your character incapable of completing all the content. You just might make things a little harder on yourself when it comes to gearing as you go. It's not like PoE where there's only 3 builds in the whole game that can do, the end game Ubers each season. And because of the way the crafting system in this game works, it's just significantly easier to get the best versions of your gear than it ever was in Path of Exile. Did you see, though, this coming weekend, Path of Exile 2 is having a free to play weekend. So I don't know if you have the early access to Path of Exile right now or not, but if you don't, and you were wanting to play it, they're dropping their new league on the 29th with a free to play weekend, which is pretty dope. So I'll be playing that because I actually haven't played Path of Exile 2 yet. And I have, I don't know, 4,000 hours or something like that in Path of Exile 1. So I'm definitely excited about that. I I honestly I prefer Last Epoch, I think. Um, because I like their crafting system a little more. But I'm pretty excited for some of the stuff that they look like they're changing in Path of Exile 2 and the way they're changing it. It should be interesting. I'm excited to get in there and, learn a little bit about their endgame and stuff. On a shitty laptop now, it was overheating when playing Path of Exile 2. Oh, yeah, see. So that's a big part of why I play on NVIDIA GeForce now. So I have a shitty old computer that was like 5 years old when I bought it 8 or 9 years ago. So I feel your pain, but I use NVIDIA GeForce now for gaming. So I don't have to worry about that shit. Unfortunately, at the end of this year, I'm going to have to get a new computer. Yeah, so it's exactly that. It's playing on another machine and getting streamed to me. So you connect to their remote server or whatever where they've got all of their machines, and I pay $10 a month for the regular version. I don't even have like the really good version. I just have the regular version. And so the thing that they changed at the start of this year is that you can now only use the service for 100 hours a month. So it's actually been really good for me as a streamer because it means that I'm basically running a dual PC stream setup where the game is running on the remote machine and then my stream is running on my local machine. And so as long as I have good enough internet that I can, take in the stream from them and then put out the stream uh, to YouTube and to Twitch, then the power of my local machine doesn't really come into play. But um, at the start of this year, they set it up so that you can now only use the service for 100 hours a month, which for the average gamer is more than enough, right? You're not going to be playing more than 100 hours. That's 3 hours a day for a 30-day month. And most people are only going to play about that much, so it hasn't affected a lot of people. But there are some of us, like myself, who use the service a lot. I usually play 200 to 300 hours a week, and so it's going to really inhibit my ability to stream. I mean, I even just stream more than 100 hours a week. That doesn't even include the time that I play when I'm not streaming. So I'm going to have to come up with a new solution, get a new computer or something at the end of this year, because unfortunately, I won't be able to keep doing it this way. But it's been a really good service. It works really well. If you don't need to be playing more than 100 hours a month, or don't usually play more than 100 hours a month, I never notice really any latency or anything like that. Everything feels really crisp. Hey, thanks for the follow, Paper. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. What we get here? Oh, it totally re-rolled it. Okay. Whoops. I thought it was just going to re-roll the values. GeForce Now is also not the only service out there that does that. There are others that exist, and there are others that are coming out as well. So, do a little research, find out if somebody's got something that you might specifically be more interested in than whatever it is that GeForce Now is doing. Find the right one for you. Ooh, that almost got me. That guy's a dickhead. I honestly would like to see game developers make a little more use of remote gaming, specifically MMO developers. So, one of the big problems that MMO games have is, there's lots of botting, there's lots of cheating, there's lots of stuff like that. And so, the solution that people have been trying to use are things like Vanguard and stuff like that that are kernel level anti cheats. And I really, really don't like that because I'm not going to open up my computer to something like that. Like, I'm not going to play Battleground 6. I don't play League of Legends anymore because I'm not going to download those anti cheats onto my computer. Um, but if you set your game up to where it was supposed to be played on a remote service, like NVIDIA GeForce Now, and part of your subscription cost for the MMO every month was also your monthly subscription to NVIDIA GeForce Now, then a couple of things would happen. Number one, um, you wouldn't have to optimize for lots of different hardware, right? Your game could be optimized specifically just for the tier of hardware that's being used as part of those subscriptions. And so optimization would be insanely good. So you could have much more beautiful games that ran significantly better and that didn't have, lots of the glitches and hitches and stuff like that that comes from trying to make a game that can run on 1,000 different hardware configurations. The other thing would be that you can't um, you can't install hardware or sorry software on those machines. So the only types of bots and stuff that would work in a situation like that is uh, like a computer vision bot that was taking in the pixel data of the game you were playing and then trying to run a bot on that. And now pixel bots are getting more and more sophisticated all the time nowadays. And so it probably wouldn't have quite as much of an impact as it would have had even 2 or 3 years ago because, computer vision and AI and stuff like that are making a lot of that stuff easier. But it would definitely cut down on some of the really low effort um, hacks and bots and stuff like that, and definitely would prevent things like, reading packets and stuff like that as they were coming in, because all you're streaming is the video. You're not streaming any of the data because the computer that you're playing on locally is not actually the client program. So it doesn't have to have any information about the state of the game in it. So it would definitely be a huge boon for security and stuff in those games without having to have, really invasive anti cheats. Gotta go get some food, get ready for bed. Thanks for this. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I couldn't be more specific about the answer. Um, just not really in my wheelhouse, but I hope you get it figured out and I hope your build works out good. Come back and let us know when you start wrecking Uber with it. Woohoo, Evo Beast. God, I love this Evo Beast mechanic. It is so much fun. Oh shit, I get to level 85. Time to start crafting on some of those boots. Boop, boop, boop. Choo, 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 choo. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? Let's see, is there any more Ignite in here? No. Any more fire damage? Throwing attacks. Okay, don't need fire shred on throwing attacks. I don't throw. Melee physical, melee fire, throwing fire. Fire penetration with forge strike, no. Okay, I don't think there's anything in there that I need. Chance to cast Divine Bolt on melee hit. I actually think I do want to cast Divine Bolts because they will cause ignites as well, which would be pretty huge. We have our bleed chance here that turns into ignite chance with my Whirlybird skill. Fire resistance shred per 2 strength. I have 15 times 6. It's like 90% chance. That's pretty good. So let's go back to passives. Let's go in here. Let's get some divine bolts going. I think that's going to be beneficial. Should instantly start increasing the number of ignites I can put on bigger enemies. Heck, even on smaller enemies. Oh, gotta go kill my nemesis over here. Never mind, it's around this way. I think we got a staff in here I've never seen before. Tribo Electra. Lightning spells. Oh, this is a wand, okay. Tendrils of static orb, shock duration when you evade. You cast static orb for 90% of its mana cost. When you use evade, you transfer all stacks of shock on you to nearby enemies. Interesting. The Essence Weaver, some random shit. I think we can go ahead and banish that. I don't actually think I want any of those. But let's look into what we can do with these. So I have a tier 6 movement speed here. I think the first thing I need to look at is what do I have here? Armor and health, so no resistance on this. So I definitely don't need lightning resist or elemental resist or dodge rating. Armor and reduced bonus damage from crits. So if I'm going to do that, the thing I want to try is I want to try and despair this off. But I don't think there's enough forging potential anymore. So if I could despair this off and then fill out this vitality and both of these with health, then that would be pretty huge. But there's no way I'm going to do that with 26 forging potential. So I don't even know if it's worth it to try and use the despair. And in fact, I would say it's probably not. So we're just going to shatter that. And then we'll put this in here. We have tier 6 health, just like the other one. We have tier 1 movement speed. We have tier 3 elemental resistance. Hmm. I don't need the elemental resistance. And I especially don't need fire resistance. And I especially don't need dodge. Unfortunate that both of those kind of ended up bricked. But one more level, and we'll be able to go start working towards the really good armors, the regalias. I feel like since I put on this holy bolt thing, I've been taking more damage. And I don't really see how that's possible. Holy bolt doesn't cause me to take damage. Ooh, nice. Ooh, besieged gardens. Complete the objective and gain loot fit for a sentinel. I'm a sentinel. I can has loot. Potion converted to ward, increased fire damage. Yeah, that's not a very good one. Well, that was anticlimactic. Open a chest, get a little bit of gold. Two runes of weaving, nice. That's not bad. Max ward retention and max tele resist. Last season, I feel like this thing was way harder than it is this season. I got the crap kicked out of me a couple of times last season. It was less than entertaining. Hmm. Filled with shrines. I have to get a brand new one of those. I think I already did all the stuff in this one. Oh, too bad that's physical damage over time. What a sad day. Hmm. I think I need to go take a pee again. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get back in here. I want to do this little corrupted thing. Fun. Murder all the enemies. What's this? What's this? What's this? The Shrine of Shadows. I love shrines. I need to see if there are items that help you interact with shrines, or that make them last longer, or anything like that. Because, hands down, shrines are probably the largest single booster of damage there is. There's a tier 6 hell. I don't actually care about that, though. I'm kind of in a I only want tier 7 mods mode. I just think we're kind of at a point now where that's what I need. Destroy the vessel of chaos. Booyah. 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 Blow it up. Booyah. Now what do we got? We didn't really change anything. So apparently you can't change these, which is interesting. I wasn't actually aware of that. We're just going to go ahead and boost some corruption here. Or should I go do the boss and get a gaze? Gaze of Oribus. Got him. Pyromancer Shrine. I am definitely a pyromancer. All I do is ignite. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I could never get enough. Every time I step up in that building, everybody's hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, down, up, down, up. All I do is win, win, win. Win no matter what, put your hands in the air, make them stay there. Choo. Oh, shiznit. Is a big bad voodoo daddy. Lizard. I love lizard. Lizard is the best. Lizard is the best. Dope. So, the crazy dragon thing that killed me last time I tried to do that wasn't actually a part of that, which I'm very thankful for. Must have just been the champion or whatever that happened to be in that area. Rusk the Marauder. Ooh, an exotic loot lizard. Get back over here. Let's go to the hoppo, baby. Let's go to the hoppo, baby. Pew. I really like the sound those ice arrows make as they whiz by you. You're the champion? Why would a god pick somebody so weak to be their champion? They obviously didn't think very much of you. They didn't imbue you with very much power. Sucks to suck. Oh, I could have just fought the boss. I didn't actually have to do the quest lines. Um, do I want to bring in a harbinger? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You don't stand in my way. That almost went poorly. He dashed too far. Yes. Summon the crappy enemies. Boop. Oh shit. That hurt. Well, poop. Let's see. Let's see what this one got. Critical strike multiplier, freeze rate multiplier, lightning resist. Hmm. Interesting. I can fairly easily kill Theorot without killing the tyrant thing, the Harbinger. I'm probably going to go ahead and do that just for the sake of increasing my corruption. And then we'll just deal with the Harbingers later. Because the Harbingers don't really matter for my goal in the game, which is just to get good bases and do some crafting and stuff. I don't think the Harbingers have any crafting materials, any special runes or anything. So I don't think that there's actually a ton of reason to fight them. Collapsing Horizon. Dula Harbinger. His res. Chill on hit. Block chance. Yes, please. 80% block chance. Now I have a Gaze of Orbis. So now I can get even more. Let's go fight this dude. Oh, Orbis. You just be putting too much stuff that does dot damage right next to him when he does these things. And I can't really resist dot damage. So I gotta try and pull him out a little bit. Those hits don't really bother me, nothing like that. But anytime he does a dot, I'm gonna be having a bad day. Oop. Yeah, and here he did. Leveling up that corruption just a little bit at a time. Not trying to get too crazy with it because I'm not exactly sure how strong I am. So we just got to be a little careful, you know? Well, apparently not that way. Fucking siege golems, man. All the time, trying to get me. Leave Survival Hermit alone. Whoa now. Wrong way. This is where this build truly thrives because I block so much and because I get so much health on block. Being in the big middle of stuff where things are throwing actual attacks at me instead of just dotting me to death pretty much makes me invincible. Vitality, attunement, health is res. That actually has some potential. We don't want fizz res. We don't want lightning res. We don't want void res. We don't want health regeneration. No longer has potential. There are a lot of enemies in this one. I don't feel like there's normally this much. Maybe it has to do with the corruption. That's probably it. Ooh, it's this dude. Well, let's go ahead and kill this enemy thing over here so I don't have to deal with that while I fight Fate Weaver Atropos over here. Ow. Ignite chance cold resist. Bummer. Almost what I wanted. Nemesis. There's so much fun stuff to do in all of these zones now. You have Nemesises, you have the Weaver stuff, you have the Evo Beast. I'm personally not particularly fond of the Exiled Mages, but you have the Exiled Mages. Just all of the enemies to kill. What do you got going on up here, Nemesis? I don't think I've ever seen those gloves before. Ooh, no, they've just changed them. Base damage converted to lightning. Spark charge on hit. Night chance converted to shock chance. Interesting. Don't think I want any of this stuff, though. That's a good helm. Well, at least the base. But yeah, I don't think I care about any of this stuff, so we'll just banish it. I just almost died. Ooh, champion. Oh, goodness. 2 siege golems? Three siege golems. Okay. We're getting a little out of control with the siege golems, I think. And there's another one. The champion got possessed. Holy snap. That was scary. Boy, that was a rough one. Goodness. All right. Well, we're getting pretty close to the 6 hour mark. So I think we're going to go ahead and stop the stream there for now. I actually want to get some stuff done on the streamer.bot, and I kind of feel like taking a little break from playing the game right now. So I think that's going to be the end of it. Thanks everybody for coming out. It was good to see some new names in the chat. Always love talking to new people. So I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow at about the same time for the next one. Have a good one.